Greetings on this hot Saturday evening. This legitimately might be one of the most intense summers over here that I remember from all my years spent in the UK. Um, Not that I mind in particular because I deal with hot weather better than the cold climate, but this doesn't change the fact that I've been sweating bullets all throughout, and I tried to mitigate it with some homemade cold brew today, but I kind of fucked the proportions. I um, I definitely miscalculated how much ice I would need to effectively cool down the coffee before it became sufficiently cold. Like the little ice I had was just melting in a matter of seconds, and I was like, "Well, I guess I'm drinking lukewarm brew instead of cold." But it was still nice. Also, mental note: I need a bigger glass next time I even attempt to entertain a notion, because I was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna make a double espresso, put it over into a glass, and it's gonna be fine." Well, here's the thing: I like my coffee with milk because it kind of it dumps down the caffeine a little bit while giving a more sweet taste without the need of adding sugar. But I effectively made a black Americano with just how full that glass was. So there are some lessons to be learned from this little attempt at making a homemade drink. Now let's play some Boltgun. We haven't been in chapter 1 yet. We've gone through a pretty hefty chunk of it. So the plan this night, finish that one up, jump into episode 2, and heck, we might be able to get through half the game that way in one sitting. Because it is 3 episodes in the base game, plus Forges of Corruption, I believe it was called. Yeah, the DLC part. So we're kind of getting pretty much a classic Doom experience from 4 episodes total, with how structured this is. Yeah, I think that was here. This definitely feels right because I do have hefty arsenal with me. So far, out of all these weapons, I mess with the heavy boulder the most, just because it's extremely powerful minigun with a big oomph to it. Fragment information located with this bastion. Intelligence investigate location. Commence search. We got 6 secrets total. This game does not exactly spoil you on how many kills you have, but that's also to be attributed to design, because it doesn't count wave rooms. You know what's a small design choice that I really like about this game? It's essentially how you don't really have a run toggle. This right here is your default movement speed through and through. But still, the fact that you play as a massive flesh tank clad in steel, and you approach enemies at a moderately higher pace. It still feels like it's a massive warship about to smack these fools. Would they not expect it? Like, imagine this hulking bulldozer close in on you. Seconds away before you realize, oh shit. I picked the wrong guy to mess with. It's a good sign when in a first-person shooter you can rely on the trustworthy technique of grapple hook, shotgun follow-up. When it comes to FPS titles, especially ones that try and stylize after old school predecessors, I tend to default to the shotgun. But here, I actually find the entire arsenal so far to be pretty reliable. I don't think whether the plasma in particular would have any kind of AoE effects on it, so it would be discouraging to grapple on and then fill up close range. Oh. Now here's where can't really afford to mess around. Things tend to get quite hectic once the Chaos Servants crawl out of the woodwork. And we've been starting to see pretty strong enemy variants. So far, the Chaos Zealots, the ones that have a revive ability once you down them, those had me worried the most. I was wondering. Yeah, sure, we can snipe him with a plasma. Yeah, now I think about it, the plasma gun is actually the closest firearm we have in our little repertoire to a proper sniper. Which, well, it's not exactly a 1-to-1. Come to think of it, Barring the shoddy, pretty much everything we have has decent enough range to keep back and just spray enemies should we need it. If we need to play a little more conserve health. Do we have any power-ups around? Feels like there should be one coming up right about now with 6 secrets to boot. Although, yeah, once again, kind of ragging on the nomenclature here, but they're not so much secrets as collectibles, with the way you can't really miss a bunch of them. Which one was my little handy dandy prompt to guide me where I need to go? I'll get the key for it. I'll check. Controls, customize. Navigation guide N. Oh, this is right here. Okay, it's good to have a refresher. Preferably when we have downtime, as opposed to, oh, you know, everything in the map is trying to murderize me. Rightio, combat arena time. Sorry, I'm real slow with rather easy enemies. Interesting how that barrel prevented one blue horror from spawning in. Probably should have left it just to see if it would have never triggered. There you go. Let's get some infighting going. Preferably, I wanted to gang him that Chaos Marine. Ooh, but more importantly, I need to heal up. This is bad. I don't think I can swerve back from here, unless that counts down there. Oh, it does. It sure seemed like a lethal drop to me. Oh no no no! Oh god! I can kind of see how this layout is going to be a little troublesome to deal with. Really good if we could track at least one upgrade. It's very strange that I haven't seen a single one yet. Truthfully, I could keep back around here and line up all the strong guys, because they seem to be spawning from that part over there. And then just save all my heavy Boltgun ammo for the tough customers. There's one. Okay, I might have a chance to look for some proper medkits. As long as I don't bump into another Chaos Marine. Ooh, speaking of. Oh, this is the guy that revives. Jeez, they pack a punch. Should make use of that dash. Need to back off. The medkits though, I saw like at least 2 stashes. Oh, speaking of, I think I'll hang around here for the time being. It's a very slow start until we get more baddies spawn in. Oh, wrong move. That was not very smart of me. Well, I'll take it. There should be more cultists with a stronger variety coming up soon. I need to hang around here. I'm gonna have easy access to emergency heals. Save some of that heavy firepower. Oh, we good? Are you sure? I didn't see a single aspiring champion this time. Does the wave change slightly in some instances? Or I could have just mowed them down without realizing it. I mean, take it. Works for me just fine. Right, so that's gonna take me most likely to the next major part. Let's talk about it before we advance. Take all the ammo missing, all the armor shards, all the health emblems, whatever we can get our grubby little fingers on. Hello, Nofert. Good to see you again, my friend. Your favorite Paul is enjoying a hot summer evening playing video games, trying to stay chill. Lately, I've been more inclined to buy Monster Energy drinks, especially since guava became so easily available, but I'm generally trying to hold myself back because I don't want to pick up bad habits again. I already overdid on energy drinks before. Oh, lucky you, Frosty. I get it though. It is easily one of the best flavors they've released in recent years. The devil inside. Tell me more. Okay, pretty sure, as far as my supplies go, I'm sitting in a pretty decent place. If there's any collectibles here, I just blind them past them, but no biggie. We can move on. They're, I mean, again, they're useful. They do make, especially waves in horde mode easier. They're not really mandatory. For the most part, fine if I have enough ammo. That premise kind of sounds familiar. Oh, the Alone in the Dark people were involved? How recent of a game is it? When was it originally released? Hi, Golden. Thank you for yet another article poking fun at the Lux Maxi community. I mean, I know it was an offhanded comment, given that we're talking about guy drowning, but I don't know. From the sounds of it, this Connor Murphy fella, a fitness influencer, he apparently had some kind of mental health issues going on, which drove him into a run away from the police, and then figured it was a good idea to jump into the nearest lake and drowning in the process. I want to say Androgenic was totally making shit up when he made that segment about Connor supposedly injecting himself with gold. But looks maxing people, they're not quite right in the head. It is something that, as outlandish as it sounds, I do find believable. Also, the notion of that being true is ironic in a way, because not sure how many of you guys are aware, but in the days of old, in like early to mid medieval, especially mainland China, some Chinese emperors dabbled in alchemy with an especially strong penchant towards mercury, which is believed to be this miraculous cure-all liquid metal that could essentially, when consuming it regularly, lead to immortality. I think you all know where I'm going with this. It didn't quite work out. In fact, it may have had the exact opposite effect. You'd think as a supposedly intelligent species, we would have this ability to learn from past mistakes, reflect on the errors of our ancestors, but no. We do enjoy running around in circles quite a bit. Of course. He simply got the dosage wrong. I'm sure if he watered down the mercury a little bit, it would have been fine. Where's that cultist I saw skulking about? Oh, there you are. The lonesome sniper. I don't know, man. I'll just go to a gym like a normal person. Work on your physique gradually. Don't just immediately jump into plastic surgery unless, I don't know, you are severely disfigured. I can assure you that consistent physical training, a decent haircut, and taking care of how you dress and the personal hygiene goes a long way already. Not only is it going to boost your self-confidence, but you're actually going to have a better time talking with people. I will only pursue surgeries if I need them for health reasons, basically. Or, hear me out, when we eventually reach that point in the future, assuming it's going to be in my lifetime, when nanomachines become a viable, accessible to the general public option, which you know is not gonna happen because all the rich douchebags are gonna keep that tech to themselves, and Elon Musk will be the first to become a prime cyborg. Oh, there we go. The fact that he just simply shrugs off me coming over with a chainsaw. That should tell you how badass the Marines are. Whether they're still loyal to the Emperor or not. I do actually wonder about that phenomenon because it's easy to write it off as Mike Pondsmith's creative vision, but when you think about how in actual biology our bodies will often reject foreign objects like prosthetics, cyberpsychosis could eventually become an actual phenomenon in the distant future. Like, if we actually go down hard on the cybernetic enhancements, you might end up at a point where you're gonna genuinely have to pump yourself full of military grade anesthetics just to keep your body from falling apart. Or you could simply grow some balls like Adam Smasher and shrug it off. Legitimately, I think Edda Smasher is one of the coolest characters in Cyberpunk lore period. Because if you read up on the dude's backstory, he's like just clinically insane. He used to be a soldier who essentially just got absolutely brutalized in the battlefield, and then Arasaka took him in and essentially turned him into a machine with pretty much just part of his head being the only human component left. And that dude is just already batshit crazy to the point where he just shrugs off any negative ailments from all the cybernetic parts he has. I get where they were going for with the way they played out Smasher in the Cyberpunk game, just to give you a power fantasy feel as the protag who eventually reaches the end of his journey. But it would have honestly been better just to have it end as a draw. Like you get interrupted and never get to properly finish the fight. Because canonically that is supposed to be one of the strongest. People you can possibly come across. And only one dude managed to fight Smasher evenly. But hey, if it cheers you up, Frosty Man, Smasher totally mugged David and his crew in Edge Runners, as it should have been. Commence activation ritual. In what possible context other than Warhammer could you see such a combination of words? Edge Runners 2 will definitely be a weak follow-up. At that point, I don't know, just make something else Cyberpunk related. You're pretty much only calling it that just to write off whatever attention the first installment had. I don't see it being able to hold its own on individual merit. Where is this navigation guide even taking me? Oh, back to the left? Well, sure, I guess. As much as I'd say I'm hopeful for anything Cyberpunk related in the future, I'm very wary in the direction CD Projekt Red is heading with the fourth Witcher game. So I'm just gonna observe cautiously from the sidelines as I do with a lot of these kind of projects and see what the initial reviews are. Well, I mean, we're looking at this from a distant future, mind you, but still. No, it's because they are committing a character assassination with Ciri, and as someone who's read the Witcher novels before the franchise reached the point where it is now, it feels like a slap on the cheek. With Sapkowski in this point, it's pretty much a case of I don't really care. Just pay me the royalties and do whatever the hell you want. The guy just does not give a shit at this point. So, any and all creative liberties, you can blame it on the CD Projekt Red writing team. I think that's part of the reason, yeah. He already contributed a lot, not just to the Polish literary world, but fantasy literature worldwide, with how much of a phenomenon The Witcher became. So, in my opinion, I agree, he has earned the right to just kick back, do the John Carpenter tech of just sit around at home playing video games, occasionally dabbling in some kind of passion project. Now, I don't know if his other novels got translated into English, but if you do get the opportunity, if they are available, I recommend checking out the Narrenturm trilogy. It has a similar vibe going on for it as Velvedek, where it is a tale set in medieval Europe, Silesia to be exact, and it's mixing traditional medieval Europe with fantasy. It's a really good self-contained 3-part story. I genuinely thought it was that Mind Flamer that killed me, not another pink core that happened to sneak up on me. But the sneaky bastards they are. These things are pinkies, but far more dangerous. Jeez, that was like a meaty attack I took on right in the face. Another great start to this fight. We're gonna have to kick it up a notch. There's gotta be more healing around. I would hope so, at least. No? Okay, this might be a little tricky then. Oh, actually. There we go. Forgot about that container up there. There is in fact recoil from the plasma gun, so I have to be very careful how I use this thing. Ideally, not point blank. This is trippy as hell. Give me that. How safe is it up here? Relatively. Nice. A most fitting finale. Ooh, is it the entire trilogy? Tower of Fools, you say? Yeah, that might actually be the name under which the entire collection is known, because Naranturum is the first of the novels. Kind of just looking at my shelf right now. Tower of Fools, Warrior of God, Light Perpetual. Yep, that will be it. Interesting how all of them got translated directly into English, because in Polish, only the second one is written in my native language, Boże Bojownicy, so Warriors of God, while the other two are known as Naranturum, so Tower of Fools, and Lux Perpetua, So the Latin phrase for like perpetual. I think it's supposed to be a nod into how Latin used to be the prevalent language in those times, so it's just a cool stylization. I'm sure the bitrate on Twitch is taking this real well. Now you can pretend I'm playing one of those bizarre itch.io games. With the way you guys are taunting me, I almost want to entertain the idea of playing the classic Lords of the Fallen, but I doubt I'm gonna have a much better time than with the remake. So, I think I'm good. The only time you'll probably see me obtaining the OG Lords of the Fallen is they jam it in another Souls-like bundle. Require purification with holy fire. Consider it done. This is a pretty good way of dealing with basic enemy types. Not with that one, though. That's a little outside my typical pay grade. But now we need extra measures. And then we get it fancy with a finisher. We're still getting spawns in. This is most likely far from over. I do not believe for a second we'll be spared the honor of of clashing with at least one Chaos Marine. That's a cool way of getting a boost. Perhaps I was mistaken. Mayhaps it was mostly chaos creatures. No, those heretical marines. Legitimately, the most fun I had with Lords of the Fallen was us breaking that game in any capacity. The moment Frosty clipped out of bounds, that was legendary. It was easily the peak of my experience with Lords of the Fallen as a game. Second place goes how to the ending glitched out. You couldn't have asked for a better way to top it all off. Game held together by shoestrings. And plenty of duct tape. Man, this is a pretty long level, gotta say. Almost feels like it should have ended one arena room ago. Worst grenade throw in history. Oh. Back here. To what goal, might I ask? We are long past the attributed kill count. I wonder if I can squeeze one more upgrade before we finish this one off. Like, you know, get in a nice halfway point, completionist wise. Not that I won't be particularly bothered. Okay, this feels important. Yo! Oh, we got a boss. Shame I didn't get a good look at that bird fella. He looked kind of cool. More importantly, come on, I know we gotta have something good stashed in the nook down here. You're gonna have me fight a boss. Please provide the means. Oh, he is chunky, as you expect. I did in fact 2000s. Yeah, that's still comparatively early on. Even taking into account that Alone in the Dark, if we're talking about the original, oh yeah, that's ancient gaming right there. Could look into those one of these days. I do have the original trilogy when GOG was gifting it out. Really not a single power up in this room? Am I just not looking well enough? Oh shoot, I don't have the luxury to search. Okay, fair enough. We're gonna have to keep on moving. No idea if we're gonna have regular enemies spawning in continuously. But can't really stay still for too long. can easily scale that from here. Game can be very particular in how it wants me to scale the environment. Alright, so at least these fellas are going to keep coming, that much we know. Still eating shit. Out of the way, Buster. Got no time for games. Eesh. I really wish I had something to offset the pure carnage I have to deal with here. I suppose we could experiment. There's a soft cap to how much of these guys can appear on the battlefield. And then it's just me and the boss, potentially. Alright, I see no more coming up, so there's a limit. That's good. I can at least pitch a little break. Much easier when it's just dish dudes back to worry about. Still a bullet sponge. Plasma was the most slug we had that did consistent damage. It was a gorgeous visual effect. So, chances are that could have been a top tier Chaos Servant or one of their gods. As you can imagine, my 40k lore is a little bit rusty. I'm one of those people who have a very surface level knowledge and just find the whole visual layer of it to be extremely appealing, and the concept behind it. I'm actually surprised there's one more to follow this up. I mean, already defeated the boss. Unless there's another fight of that sort coming up. There's no end to the heresy that pervades this place. The information we seek is here. The very walls themselves seem to turn against us. Find what we need before chaos claims it. Warplayer phenomenon detected. Many systems offline. Will space integrity compromised? Yo. The architecture, though. Now that's how you make a set piece. Do you mind? I'm trying to appreciate the level design here. Absolutely no fun allowed. It gets even better. Look at that. Look how magnanimous the structure appears. And look how quickly my health got whittled to nothing. You know, that's a little bit overkill. Like, what are we doing here? God, I don't have the help to deal with this. Can like go back and explore them a little more? No? We might have to play a little cheap then. He might be here for a little while. Those screamers in particular are extremely tanky, unless they just bust out a heavy boulder. Like, that's my most efficient DPS tool. You know, grenades are cool, but they're not exactly insta-kills. Unironically, I'm kind of forced to play this now like classic Doom, just peep and creep, shoot, run back to cover. I can't run ahead too far, otherwise just bring about more enemies. Just kick my ass. Okay, that's much better. Devilish hidey hole for all the resources I acquired, but sure. The fact that it's even there in the first place, that does mitigate some of my complaints, because at least technically I have a refueling station that I know about now. Brother, believe me, I am fighting for my life currently. So I only occasionally, when provided with enough downtime, tilt my head to the right and peep what's going on in chat. This level starts off intense. I won't say that much. the other one? Didn't he drop a floor below? Oh. You went all the way down, buddy. Still, I commend the AI to have enough self-awareness to continue the pursuit. Looking for items on the balcony, but instead I found enemies to no surprise. Just saying, would have been cool if we had a pickup right around the corner. Still, very charming map design. Does really take me back to playing Dusk or Medieval, which also had these kind of monolithic structures. Especially a Medieval with its dark fantasy aesthetic. Against my better judgment, I decided to check out the latest He-Man movie, Masters of the Universe. And for the record, I shit you guys not, this might have been legitimately Jared Leto's best role as Skeletor. He was the most entertaining part about that movie. They did the one good thing, writing Skeletor as a throwback to his cartoon appearance. This hammed up, comically goofy villain. And Jared Leto was able to slip into that character perfectly. So yeah, that's gotta be his legacy from now on, as far as I'm concerned. I think the only movie I watched with him on board prior to that was American Psycho, which was one of his earliest appearances on screen as an actor. Well, he plays a relatively minor role. He was okay. This struck me as either particularly good nor bad. But then came around the last decade where he was getting particularly shit roles and became notorious as Morbius. And one of the worst Jokers, period. Oh lord, I forgot about that whole shtick he had with the cult. There's celebrity worship, and then there's actually treating Jared Leto as a spiritual figure. You know what though? Out of all the possible actors and famous personalities you could have picked, why him in particular? That's why we're never going to see those files in full. Only, if ever, very bare bones, minimal folders with a lot of information crossed out. Because literally with any celebrity, there might be a non-zero chance that they were involved with Jeffrey Epstein in some capacity. Surely that's enough of these floating menaces, right? With how open the map is, I'm a little concerned I might get cornered and jumped on when I least expected. Considering how difficult it is for me to maintain a decent health pool half the time. Shoot, me as well run around and try to build up a decent foundation again. Oh, never mind, that's gonna screw me over. Never mind, I just pulled out the fuck you grenade and absolutely erase those guys from existence. Period. Let's get any more badass than that. Kind of think about it, since those teleporters are one-way tickets, there's no reason for me not to bring health and armor to full. Alright, so interestingly this one has multiple entryways. Wow. Oh, I didn't even know this. Look at this. Superb. Non-Euclidean geometry. That is awesome. And you can totally pull off. I think this is simply scripted. It certainly makes you believe that this will be a puzzle that you have to clear by picking the correct gateways. I do enjoy this gun quite a bit. There are several choices I could make here. Looking at least two pathways I could follow. Oh, seems that it's this one. Down? I guess. Hopefully I did the right thing, because so far it feels like I'm looping. Yeah, definitely jumped off the wrong spot. here? Didn't think you could enter these sideways ones. Didn't you say you were suffering from insomnia the entire week? You know, that's only natural that your body wants to catch up with all that lost sleep. Oof, I can't imagine going for an entire week like that. Sure, I've had a bit of rocky sleep lately because of the higher temperatures. Not still. I'm able to clock out for at least a couple of hours. Purge this site. It is indeed another boss that we're looking at. Curse Corpse Worshipper. We did less, but you're too late already. It puts us something. Sorry, I can't exactly keep up with all the in-game banter while under attack. Feel free to lead it at your leisure. So did it eventually just go away and your sleep routine went back to normal? It sounds hella unusual, but I mean, if it eventually fixed itself, then God bless for that. That asshole's somewhere above us. We'll find a way to follow him. remember, you can always rely on duck and cover. The laser that he fires is definitely the deadliest attack I've noticing so far. It's got a very little cooldown between rounds, so really easy to take a hit. Seems to only do it from mid to close range, so it should be safe if I keep back here. Oh, hey, we got a power up over there. Don't mind if I do. Oh, mega damage. Where is he? Nice. And we get rewarded with some more cool pixel art. I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if it's because of just this alone that the development time extended. Well, anyhow, looks like our target escaped, despite being bowed down with a barrage of bullets. I guess just gonna shrug it off. Corrupted Canyon. The shard inside some kind of vault in these canyons. Seek out any signs of Imperial presence and search for a means of ingress. Beware. The heretics will not be far behind. So, change of scenery. I imagine we just transitioned organically into episode 2, and we do get a change of scenery. I don't know actually if they hired Johnny for Boltgun. The last appearance I remember him in a new gen boomer shooter is he voiced an enemy in Sulaco. The physical copy of Lost Soul aside, my guy, you just came across an artifact. $60 though. Ooh, they're definitely trying to make up for some losses here. What a damn shame that I couldn't possibly take all of my equipment from the previous episode into this new one, despite, I don't know, not being knocked out cold, not having someone steal them while I wasn't looking, unless something happened during the cutscene, I don't know. No, it's just me and my trusty Boltgun for reasons undisclosed. It's a sign of the times. Like the gaming industry as a whole, it definitely wants you to get used to the idea that 70, even $80 should be the standard retail price for AAA titles in particular, and anything below that's just a bit generous on the seller's part. Even more so with the notion that physical games are slowly being phased out. That's definitely going to get hard for me to get used to. As someone who grew up with the earliest means of data storage like diskettes, video games becoming fully digital only, that's a little crazy. Even if I'm buying games mostly digital nowadays on any platform of choice, still I would at least like to have the option. Yep, floppy disks. Started off on the really chunky ones and then gradually went down to the smaller format. Mind you, even if games used to be ridiculously small compared to what we have now, only by a fraction, you still had some big boys for the time where you need to rotate between 12 diskettes to play a game. At the time, only to store video games and as a boot up measure for your system. That's about it. You had your boot disk drive, which you used to run the built-in OS or restart it if you needed to, and then just pop in whatever you had, whether it was a program or video game. I want you all to imagine the boomer moment I experienced when I upgraded my PC. I'm pretty sure. Yes, it was this model, because the previous tower I had still had a CD drive, but the one I'm currently using, no, nada. And I'm like, I'm generally having a brain meltdown. How am I supposed to install Windows on this damn thing? And then I look it up. Oh, you set up a pen drive that has the OS on it, and use that as a OS installation tool. Lotron. That's a cool, somewhat of a body horror type enemy. There's definitely a mixture of flesh and machine going on here. Good, good. Cling on to the old ways for as long as you can while it's still viable. Convenience is one thing, but knowing at the back of your head that your digital library could disappear, not even particularly out of malice, but because the service you're using is going to get shut down, that's pretty depressing. It's why getting a extra solid state drive was one of the best decisions I made, because with all the actual terabytes now available to me, I can pretty much make a steady collection of media I like. Be it music or movies in high definition, you name it. As long as you have the means to maintaining media as an actual item, I feel that's what's particularly important right now. We've had a bit of setback on the Stop Killing Games initiative, because an argument the EU Parliament raised, probably on account of some lobby going on, is that, well, we can't possibly commit to keeping older games alive, because that would be too big of a cost. And I'm thinking to myself here, you greedy bastards, exploit games until they're left bleeding dry. And here you're trying to come up with cheap excuses to not spend more than absolutely needed. I'm looking at you, EA. The way they're effectively keeping Ultima online on life support until there's no player base left to cater towards it. Cannot possibly live without that. For ya, the new McMansion in Beverly Hills, private jet. You know, those are much needed business expenses. How are you supposed to run a company without owning all these assets? Now, on the one hand, with news circulating that Richard Garriott is fighting for reclaiming the rights to the Ultima IP from EA's grasp, on account that by law their ownership to the intellectual property is expiring. So there is a legitimate shot that he might claim Ultima back. On one side, cool, because actually having EA suck it for once, great. We need more of that. However, with Richard Garriott's most recent ventures into video games, the Shroud of Avatar in particular, I don't know if the guy has any more in him to pull off a good game. You know, I'm noticing a severe lack of ammo here, as opposed to how much I have to fight. The shotgun being gate-kept by several characters is already quite the design choice there. I'm sure they're gonna search for a way to pull some bullshit out of the ass and state that, well, by technicality, Ultima still belongs to us. You know what's another franchise that desperately needs to be taken away from its current owners? Duke Nukem. Head it over to Apogee. They'll know what to make of the Duke Nukem IP. It is their precious child, after all. Oh, that was a misstep. No more Eddie Schenker, I beg you. Please. Ban that man from Hollywood. Take away his directorial rights and also ban this damn bot. Thank you. First time chatter, more like last time chatter. If rumors are true, and Eddie Shankar actually releases Duke Nukem series, that's gonna be the ultimate insult to injury. The only light shining in the horizon is that fan Duke Nukem Revival project based on the cancelled game, which is slowly but surely moving onwards. Occasionally you do get new development logs. Hooey. Before we even contemplate grabbing the shotgun, finding those Chaos Marines, I want to make sure I've got as much health and shields I can possibly muster, because that's gonna be one heck of a brawl. That's a good start. All this ammo for weapons I don't even have at my disposal. It's kind of depressing, really. There go my shields, yet again. Let me trigger this fight and then back off. Take it nice and slow. That's much better. Funny how not running in like a lunatic completely changes the dynamic of a fight. There goes my Boltgun ammo. I think for the first time throughout the entire playthrough, I genuinely ran out of juice for your starting weapon. So inefficient, holy shit. Yo. Good direct throw. Are you sure you're not fiddling with some kind of cursed copy of Devil Inside? In fact, who's to say there is not an actual devil inside the game? Hey. That reminds me, I need to peep that last Second Cogs video on cursed CDs. Looks like it's gonna be an interesting dive. Just yesterday I wrapped up the Dungeon Chill Ghost in the Shell retrospective. Pretty much the entire series. All media. Up until now. Prior to the new iteration, which I do want to watch. The latest Ghost in the Shell anime, which I think is already running. Might be an episode or two out. But yeah, up to this point, it seems like I did the right call in watching the original two movies, standalone complex, and then just tapping out after that. It was no good. Happened after second gig. Those three I strongly recommend, especially Standalone Complex and its follow-up. The movies are definitely an acquired taste. They are a bit of a slow burn and very heavy-handed on the philosophy. There will be a lot of exchange between characters where they just cite different schools of philosophical thought, and it kind of comes off as grating and hard to follow. But they're still good. There's the first one, and then Innocence. Standalone Complex also does have a movie follow-up, which, to be fair, I didn't know about. And I might actually have to go back and watch it on my own. Kind of, yes. It's like as if someone took a class on philosophy and just started shooting quotes left and right without elaborating further on them and what do they exactly pertain in the grand scheme as far as current events go. For the sake of the narrative seeming deeper than it is. And mind you, Ghost in the Shell definitely delves a lot into metaphysical aspects and very thought-provoking questions like what it means to be human, where do we draw the line. But personally, that's my opinion, but I think the TV show did a much better job at balancing higher thinking and just good old-fashioned action scenes. I never watched the live-action adaptation, but apparently, no third. This made-up quote you just came up with the spot. That's an actual line that gets brought up in the movie. Maybe not verbatim, but the idea behind it, yes. You know what though? The video absolutely convinced me that I need to try out the Ghost in the Shell PlayStation 2 game at some point. Not only because it looks fun to play, but, and this is something I wasn't aware of, the composer for the original Tekken soundtracks had a hand in crafting the soundscape in the PS2 game. So we're getting some bop and techno while playing PS2 Gits. Good luck with the PSP tie-in. Chill had some very interesting things to say about that one, so I'll be looking forward to see if your opinion matches his, or whether that's where you two differ. Yes, there's 3 main ones, so to say. So PlayStation 1 had a Ghost in the Shell game, PS2, which is probably the most famous, and then another one for the PlayStation Portable. Yep, the Cavi one. That's the PS2 title. Apparently, there was a short-lived multiplayer video game. It was meant to be like a team extraction shooter sort of deal, but it didn't get much positive feedback from reviewers and gamers that got into it early on. Oh, you did? Yeah, the next one. How was it? Ah, that's a damn shame. If I knew about that one earlier, I'd definitely be interested in giving it a try. If only as a brief stint. Okay, well, what do you mean to go up there still? What did I miss? Yeah, but by the sounds of it, Arise and 2045, the weird CG animes weren't all that hot, so seems like I haven't really lost much from skipping on those. Okay, I'm here. What do I do? Huh? I get it. It might be 20 45 because in the video, Chill showed off an egregiously looking combat scene where Makoto's target literally does like a stupid breakdancing routine as he's dodging bullets, and just looks so horrendous. Oh, wait. I think the game's freaking out. And I'm supposed to just jump over there. Sorry, I didn't notice this clip over here. I was like, why is he cutting it off? Who's to say what 2045 will bring? I mean, we're already long into the Blade Runner universe, and let me tell you, it's not the cool dystopia that this universe made it out to be. We got all the bleak elements, but without the cool coat on top. Out of the two, which would you say is your favorite? I know it might be a little bit of a hot take, but I feel like the later Blade Runner I like a bit more because it's a bit easier to follow. First one is great, but you definitely need to be engaged full in if you want to understand what's going on. Either they buff these nerdlings in between chapters, or they just happen to be more menacing when mixed up with other enemy types, because having a little more trouble than I expect dealing with them. Alright, I have the plasma gun now. Should use a little more. Right, he's dead. I'm coming back, thankfully. Talk about a bad call. We good? Any more to deal with? The first one, I would say, has a more somber tone, with it being like a typical mystery noir detective case. With how the original Blade Runner presented itself and the pacing of it. Second one, I like because of the world building and just how impressive the scenery is. I don't even have to bring up Ryan Gosling because, I mean, you know, that's a given. He instantly makes any movie much more enjoyable. Absolutely, I had the pleasure of watching that movie in theaters, and the widescreen just did such a huge service to all the neat little details. Not just with the cityscape, but even the outdoor parts, where you could just look out in the horizon and see the battered world of Blade Runner. Since we've just talked about Ghost in the Shell, if I were to draw a comparison, I'd say the first Blade Runner is spiritually more closer to the movies, where the main focus is the philosophical aspect of questioning your own humanity and your place in the world, whereas the Ryan Gosling Blade Runner, that's more in line with standalone complex. So yes, metaphysical aspects, sure, but spruced in with more action sequences. could really make use of more barrels. Just there. It's free explosive damage. Can you believe we're slowly approaching the third hour mark, and we're only really 3 maps in? This might be a longer playthrough than I anticipated. With how chunky the levels get. Okay. There's someone who wants to play Ring Around the Rosie. Oh, speaking of, that's the end of the map. No holds barred, just really get me straight in the fray. Magma freight trails connect the Imperium's outposts in this area. Make use of them to find the vault entrance. You must move quickly. Chaos forces are already searching the valley. We shall know. No fear. On a different note, Frosty, how much do you like Motley Crue? In that case, my friend, you might be interested to hear that in recent time, Tommy Lee appeared as a guest on Joe Rogan's podcast. Every now and then, I will check through the records and see who the lad has invited to talk to. Because, say what you will, but Joe Rogan definitely has some influence. And he's able to bring in some pretty interesting personalities from all walks of the world. That too. I watched a couple of Joe Rogan Experience themed YTPs, and some of those made me chuckle quite a bit. What a peculiar phenomenon YouTube poops are. They never really left. Only the actors have changed. People behind the creation came and went. Some old heads disappeared off the radar. New creators came in to take their place. As a whole, however, I feel like, especially in recent times, the scented mixing capabilities of the new talent has definitely improved. Like, there are some insanely high production value YTPs getting released every now and then. No, I haven't really checked that show out, but if you're saying it's worth a peep, I will definitely put up an episode or two and see how I feel about it. I think I may have seen clips floating about though. Is it the one where he has people with bad spending habits come up and try to make up excuses why they have these exorbitant expenses? Oh, I might be here for a good time then. At that point, it's a legitimate skill issue. Like, you have no sense of self-control, and it's not a question of how much money you have, because there's not gonna be ever enough to cater to your flights of fancy. Meanwhile, whenever I contemplate commissioning an artist, I think whether do I really want to commit to it? I mean, I make enough money to every now and then support creators I like, but it's a practical part of my brain coming up and saying, hey, dude, just save it. You never know what you might need it. But then my other half goes, but I want to treat myself, damn it. On a serious note though, I am bringing this up for a valid reason, because I am actually currently in the talks with an artist on Twitter to make some Ghost Frontline artwork. They seem pretty cool and willing to take up my request, so we'll see if we can set up a deal. It's not porn, I will tell you that much. I decided to go on a holy quest to art boost one of my favorite underrated designs in the series. First, you might know which one I'm referring to because I did bring up that doll a few times. I saw a really funny picture the other day to use a reference. It was like, yeah, that would fit that character. You were very close, but you got the number wrong. It's not 29/Panakia, but the white-haired one with the eagle that they added in the first GFL not long ago. This is what I get for missing 2 day throws in a row. Sloppy performance. Shameful display. Make no mistake though, in the future, 29 art is not off the table. Her and PM06, that I would say is my favorite trio out of the 5 Polish dolls in GFL period. Speaking of, I've managed to accumulate 15k in gems, so fingers crossed the pulls will be good and I can invite the general on board. V1, R1 would be optimal, but if I can get V0, R1, I'll be already more than happy with the end result. Once the Dawn Forger is done, I'm most likely tapping out for a while. I'm gonna be hella broke. No reserve currencies, nothing. Slowly gonna have to build up the treasury again. See her being a potential replacement and a strong asset to the Hydra team is 1 point. But the stronger factor drawing me into pulling the character is she has a mechanical horse with a pair of Gatling guns strapped to it, and tell me that's not badass. Well, I ran out of ammo for my other guns. Occasionally, Boltgun is a little fiddly when it comes to weapon swapping on the fly, especially when change between several guns in short sequence. Okay, this is not good. One little love tap can be the enemy. So I'm gonna play it safe, look around for health pickups, minimize the risk. Still pertaining to GFL, but the latest event, Siege of Iliad, that's debuted on the Chinese server. You saw those documents for the draft version of the script, which wasn't even the full scope of it. Just the main points. That's just supposed to be the prelude for things to come. Yeah, the chunkiest event up to date, which might take you, I don't know, at least 15 hours to go through. No, that's just an appetizer. No, you aren't, unless they start consistently adding past events with each consecutive update to just genuinely give players the opportunity to clear their backlog. high level combat tactics. Soldier, didn't they teach you at boot camp that if someone's shooting you, you need to hide and cover? Madly observed multiple examples of this transportation close by. So I'm not the only one who's seeing a tinge of the outer sections of Doom 3 here, right? Especially with this monorail. What was that supposed to be? I mean, it kind of worked as a speedrun tech, so I'm not complaining. Push me right where I need to be. I came back up here, otherwise I would have missed a free medkit. Something I haven't previously noticed, which is a little bit of my fault, as I did complain about dealing with the screamers, but they do get easily hit stun with the Boltgun. It might be exclusive to that enemy type, but still could be very helpful. See? Look at that thing locked in place. Can't do anything. Oh, finally. Heavy bolter, my beloved. I missed you so. I assume I'm receiving this for a very good reason indeed. Shit. Missed some shield upgrades. Gonna bite me in the ass, isn't it? It's not the way I expected to go out, but well, it's exactly what happened. What the? How did you? Do I even want to know? Interesting, with the Kia this. First glance it seemed like this was just an offshore way around, but no. With how many slots we potentially have, I would expect it to see a new weapon by now. Well, then again, this is like only what? Second? Third level? Let me just get started. Here's another useful strategy I just learned. If you clash with a champion in the right moment, you can negate the melee attack. You gotta see a little flash come up. when you successfully quote-unquote deflect. What an awkward moment for both of us to get stuck in reload animation. I mean, maybe you could summon the platform again if you wanted to, but I'll just walk. It's good for you. Build up some nice cardio that way. Wait a minute. Pretty sure I entered the spot in a different manner. Or am I going insane? I guess you're meant to summon the monorail again for the console? Well, only one way to find out at this point. I had a feeling there was something there. Whoa. Ah. Dang. I saw another upgrade I wanted to grab. Now, will that contraption return? Because that one ended up soft locked. That would not be very fun. Oh, the game devs thought about that. You'll have to see foolproof design decisions such as these. The full equation being me for messing around. Okay, where would the fun be in not making such dangerous decisions? You know, maybe I'm just supposed to go over there through there. Regardless, I'm gonna play the waiting game once more. The monorail shall return, as it does. That's what it's programmed to do. I just wish it was a little faster. Now that I know there's one more pickup we can get, that can bring us to Forest Secret Stole, which is neat. This time I'm going to go all the way down and check what are options to explore. If there's no physical connection to that part over there, I'll keep trying to make a leap. Right, so I'm committed to drop down into that hole. Meaning that if I want whatever is up here, I just need to make... Who said you can return without me? Call bullshit. How rude. Those appear to be too high, so logically speaking, yeah, somehow to have to make a solid jump from about here to there if they're having enough boost. I can kinda make it. they're just gonna line up correctly. It's a little annoying, but we can recover from the setback. Kinda getting a feel for how this section works now. I've had a different idea come up, which may be me overthinking it, but you won't know until you try. Well, I'll be damned. They actually do let you climb over on these pipes. Awesome. That's what I like. It's an intuitive way for you to proceed, so you should be able as a player to follow up on it. So far I'm liking Boltgun enough to a point where the answer to the question would be yes. It's simple, straight to the point, but it has soul. You can definitely see the Doom 2015 influences spread across the design philosophy over here. Game doesn't stray too far off from it. Doesn't try to reinvent the wheel. There's a couple of novel ideas I see with how the enemies behave and whatnot. But other than that, it's a pretty fun boob shoot. Granted, we have more than enough of the first Boltgun to keep us occupied for a while. Man. Talk about introducing a new enemy. That brute over there almost kicked my ass. Something tells me that was in the last we've seen of it. I don't know what makes this guy stick. Fighting them is way more fun, actually. They're kind of engaging in a night duel. Welcome back, bud. Hopefully, that's the end of your internet woes. Oh, another revive? Really? Just can't catch a break, can I? Dispatch some of the strongest ones, for sure. Well, for now, keep them coming. Probably could have picked that glove up much earlier, especially considering, oh, I didn't know the scale of this arena that we've only found out about the beginning of. Oh, you're getting rain now? That must feel great after all the scorching heat you've been experiencing over there. I gotta say, from what you've been showing us, I did not expect West Virginia to get that kind of heat. Something about the West Coast in particular always struck me as that's the region with more moderate climate, so as a European I feel more at home with it. I see. Yeah, air quality also plays a factor in just how bearable the conditions are. If it's all stuffy and it feels like you're about to choke out, then yeah, that's some of the worst. Try and soldier through. Based on my experiences with the champions so far, they're like the game's attempt at pulling off a Doom Eternal Marauder, but light version. To the insane, wacky, kind of extent of you gotta go all out. May not be able to use much of this power, but hey, at least we get a neat filter out of it for a couple of seconds. China does not care in the slightest. International regulations be damned. Yeah, sure, you guys over there in the West, you can set up your fancy restrictions on emissions and whatnot. We're just gonna reopen a bunch of coal mines. Have fun. Only the finest. Just get on nuclear energy. We're long past the fear-mongering of Chernobyl, and from a technological standpoint, reached a state where we can safely contain nuclear energy within the plants. And we also got protocols in place to properly dispose of hazardous waste. Yeah, because people are just not educated properly in the matter. I mean, sure, Chernobyl and the other nuclear disaster in Japan, which was caused by a tsunami flooding the plant. Terrible, for sure. Like, there are some grave consequences if a mess happens, sure. I agree. We've seen the evidence behind it, but Chernobyl was an old power plant, one of the first of its kind, especially in the Soviet region. Also, they desperately tried to get productivity to a point to appease the higher-ups, so they absolutely ditched any kind of safety measures and just ran that place to the ground. Sure is, and we still live to see the consequences that the Pripyat disaster left us. Granted, the radiation levels are slowly subsiding, so around Chernobyl in particular, it has reached acceptable levels to a point where humans can start repopulating the area. Obviously, the main reactor is still a no-no with the most concentrations, especially in the water. But that's certainly not stopping daring souls from trying to explore the abandoned plant. Tunnels beneath the vault we're searching for is somewhere within these caves. They appear to have been formed by some kind of indigenous fauna. Stay vigilant and watch your step. I know, I mean, it was... Hang on. I actually need to fact check this, 'cause I don't remember the exact date. April 26, 1986, so a year before I was born is when it happened. And you gotta remember, the clouds from around the Pripyat area, those were scattered across the European hemisphere. So there was a legitimate fear from neighboring countries, Poland included, that the highly radiated cloud formations will leave an aftermath. Of course, because it was difficult to predict the condensation in rain particles, how that would affect local fauna, flora. What if humans happen to be gradually over time consuming polluted water? Thankfully, nothing dangerous came of it, but it was definitely point of great concern. Well, sure enough, you're gonna have your underground section. At one point or another. Told me to fall upon them, and so I have. Was that a suicide that I just witnessed? Oh, I'm sorry, the correct term nowadays is sewer slide. Frankly, you should, because, in my opinion, all attempts at trivializing language, either by playing it off as I want to keep my ad revenue, or I don't want to offend anyone, you're not helping the root problem there, which is you kinda need to talk about these kind of things, even if it makes people uncomfortable, because it needs to be pointed out, condemned if necessary, and just spread awareness. It's more deeply rooted in the whole infantilization of people movement they have noticed over the past years. But, well, that's a discourse for another evening. Oh, hey Telef, good to see you, man. This game came out, I believe, 2 years ago? Let me just check real quick for you. It's not particularly an old one. 2023. So, wasn't far off the mark. And we do have a sequel coming out in the current year. That's the pixelized art style for you. It does a good job at artificially aging the game. How have you been doing, by the way? What's keeping you busy lately? Gameplay-wise, it follows the Doom 2015 blueprint quite closely, so you can expect more in line there than with traditional shooters. Ooh, nice. First playthrough, or are you just revisiting it? Godspeed, my man. You are in for a wild ride with that one. It is honestly the perfect introduction to SMT as a series. Especially if you're starting off with mainline Mega Man. I know, I blame him too. That's what got me too. Trusty is a Atlas shill, and I know he's sitting on their paycheck because they keep sending him money to advertise their games and rope in more people. And god damn it, I fell for it. Metaphor is currently low priority for me, but I would like to eventually play it. It's more so that, well, currently I'm deep into Persona 5. Hold up, we got a new toy. Looks interesting. But yeah, I moved on to September in P5, just right after Futaba's Palace, so pretty far into it, but still got a good chunk before I'm even close to done. This gun kicks ass. It is amazing. The perfect farm to deal with these bastards. See that dude mowing through his fellow minions like it's nothing. What a legend. Boss? Holy shit. Oh, that's not good. I need to heal real quick. That's also nice. I'll take it. Alright, where's that big boy? Know what's going on with that AI, but I'm not complaining. I want to say the boss might have just got aggroed by another enemy who happened to be around the cliff and didn't know how to have fun over there. can see how the introduction of the Vengeance launcher changes the dynamics significantly, because the heavy boulder, which has carried me thus far, with the strongest opponents yet, barely scratches these new guys. Did a pretty fine job considering I had one more power up to boot. There's no shortage of ammo. Besides the beginning of this episode where there was one moment where I was struggling to keep up with my ammo as opposed to the enemies throwing at me. Other than that, it's pretty good so far. Yeah, going back to Atlas, after P5, I feel like Raido would be the next game I'd like to give a shot. Possibly SMT4. That will be my priority list. I haven't scooped Ryder during the last sale, so we'll have to wait for the next one. But that's fine. Playing to keep me occupied. Streams and off streams concerned. I know once I finally get into reverse collabs, that's also a beast of a game to push through. Ooh, could have ended poorly. When I put on a long game to play off stream, I just know that I'm in for a long-time commitment, which is why I don't plan to get distracted by other games at all. See, in that regard, GFL 2 is fine, because that's something for the most part I hop on to do my dailies and play through story events. So, between that the days I do stream on, it's like the perfect break to catch a breather and take on P5 once more. Frankly though, with how engaging the story has been, I have not felt fatigue from the game. Particularly post the Madarame arc, P5's story really picks up the pace and quality of writing. Sanctum Manufactorum. They have found indicates the entrance to the vault's located here. Looks to be of Mechanicus design. Perform the rituals of opening and get inside. Madarame is a strong one. Out of the ones so far that I've heard, I would pick Futaba's Palace as my favorite ambient theme. It just makes exploring the pyramid so much more fun. That, my friends, is how you play Duck Hunt with alien monstrosities. Beautiful. The new gun or one of the ones I have? Heavy bolter again. Frankly, I would have expected anything new, given that we've just been introduced to the launcher. Yeah, you keep that boy distracted. Unless stated otherwise, Vengeance Launcher has specifically been assigned to Ambu, however you're meant to pronounce that, elimination duty. I wouldn't describe this so much as a vault as a fortress. Oof, absolutely. That was pretty much my Deadly Premonition PC experience, even with Durante's patch. Sure, you could get the game running for a while, but it was up to the Almighty to decide how long you would get to play until the game suddenly decided, hey, I really hate your guts, and then just boot out, and you lose a bunch of progress. Legit, one of the worst PC ports I played. Nowadays, most of my negative experiences come in with trying to get an old Windows game running, and it just fails to boot up properly on modern OS. So your best bet is to either wait for a fan patch to add modern system support, or an official remaster, which, well, given for some of the more obscure titles I would like to give a look, that's what's really happening, and it's the latter part. Who besides Night Dive might possibly give me a modern day version of Messiah? It's true. There are several instances where I had to shut down potential ideas for playthroughs because, due to technical reasons, it wouldn't have worked out. Thankfully, there's no shortage of games I like to showcase regardless, but still, you got no real choice but wait and hope and pray that something will come up eventually to make life more convenient for you. Oh, buddy, DOSBox, that's hit or miss. Occasionally you'll have a project like Scum VM, which greatly enhances the options to play through old school point and clicks on modern systems. I could have actually used that to play Neverhood, but still the recompile I got was good enough. Obviously, we had to make some compromises, like with the frame rate being stuck in its not the frame rate, but the native resolution being stuck at like 640 by 480, which didn't matter much in the end, but still. Come on, get up here. The issue is there is no consistency. Like for some games you can kinda shift between full screen and windowed and will work just fine, but others, the moment you try and tab out the window, all hell breaks loose. It does have that feel, doesn't it? And it's not even the first map we've gone through where there is some kind of nod. Well, I guess if you're going to pay tribute to influence, may as well take all the lessons you can get from it. He was so angry he decided to jump after me. Thank goodness when I play through Ultima Underworld, despite the Unity port having severe issues, there was a DOSBox enhancement that let me not just play the game in a convenient fashion, but also introduce some further mouse and keyboard support. Dancing with death here with how little HP I have. Oh. Peeped at the worst possible moment. Oof. Talk about a messy outcome here. We can still kind of save this. I mean, don't take much damage in this part. So far, so good. Bastards gotta revive at the worst time possible. Oh yikes, I'm on the heavy boulder. That's not good. That's what I have to do. Let me get my bearings. Okay. Yo, on the lift? That was kind of sick, actually. She struck me there. Oh, keep mother. Much as I'd like to go in, can't really afford it. Actually got far enough to pick up a key. Incredible. Don't I have a decent medkit and shields, if you don't mind? Oh. Thank you. Now, if you could follow up with shields, that'd be incredible. I'll take a power up, sure. About as ready as I can be. Yeah, sorry about the frame drops. I forgot to check the performance upgrades you can do when the game starts hitching like this. Which seems to be an engine problem. I'll make sure to look into it tomorrow after the stream, so it doesn't slip from my memory. Hold up, our arsenal has expanded once more. Cool, that's really destroying the performance. Still, I have obtained a fireball launcher with piercing rounds. That holds great promise. Judging from the menu at the bottom, I'd say 2 or 3 more guns. Granted, we have an entire episode ahead of us, plus the DLC, so plenty of maps where you could slip in some new toys for me to mess around with. That's the second time this night where instead of getting the navigation up, I just throw a grenade by accident. Back to good old pinkies and blueies. Taking up most of my kill count. Look at this dumb fool with its massive toucan beak. Spirit Halloween costume idea. Still more down below. I see things down below, but isn't that where I originally came from? Nah, I think I have to move up.
The colony Romero Running Kako Smile Shunt 9 Kakadr Macaw Romero
Oh
Running
god.
Kako Smile
Running, what
Shunt
have you
9
done?
Kakadr Macaw Romero Running Kako Smile Shunt 9 Kakadr Macaw
You're gonna
Romero
give the
Running
text-to-speech
Kako
an
Smile
aneurysm.
Shunt 9 Kakadr Macaw Romero Running Kako Smile Shunt 9 Kakadr Macaw Romero Running Kako Smile Shunt 9 Kakadr Macaw Romero Running Kako Smile Shunt 9 Kakadr.
What a tongue twister that was. How you doing, man? What's good? Yeah, me and Frosty played it a long time ago. I think it's actually still getting worked on because I've seen that they've posted an update quite recently. It's a short but pretty fun shooter. Oh, I remember that. I remember us playing through the finale and we were like, that's it? No boss fight? No epic showdown? Really? Because you can just go for that level and it abruptly ends with no resolution. Makes me wonder if that ever got addressed in some capacity, because no, I haven't really looked at Proteus since we played that time. Ooh, fancy. And let me guess, we're gonna fight another boss entity. Or it could be an arena part. Wait, it's that douchebag again. Ooh, this is gonna get interesting. Power up here. Melted. It almost killed me, but this might kill me though. I somehow made through this intense encounter. Okay, that should do. Kinda wanna say... Just gonna probably wrap up here. Yeah. So if anything, I'm stuck here for the incoming level. Any more snippets I could take advantage of? The vault. The fragment of power source is somewhere within. We should proceed with haste. Front knows what the Mechanicus were experimenting with down here. And what could be the last stage of this chapter, or could very well be somewhere in the middle. We just don't know, but I'm probably gonna end after this one. Well, after drawing Doom 2015 comparisons, this has a bit of a tech lab hint from the later part. But we can also see this kind of architecture in the original Halo, especially from the library onward. Yeah, everyone's part of Halo, the library. Oh, hey Emily, you're a night owl tonight. Yeah, usually when you pull up the 40k tab on Twitch, you expect one of those strategy games, because pretty much what brought the 40k setting into the spotlight. Or, I guess nowadays, Dark Tide would also be your second best guess. However, I would say, out of all the media available readily, so far I'm vibing with Boltgun the most. Its core gameplay is just made for me. I can kinda dig Space Marine, but I only played that multiplayer in arena mode, which is a different beast entirely from playing it solo campaign. There's a big nasty down that hallway, and I'm not going there without the sufficient precautions. Good job. Your reward? Death. I would have liked the upgrade gimmick more if it was something you could interrupt with enough time. The fact that some of them are scripted to revive, that I find a little iffy. He does it again, which is throw a grenade instead of guiding myself. I need those Chaos Marines to do some work for me. Preferably. You know, I was gonna head the natural tunnel where we saw that other anvil, but instead, I end up going on a merry adventure. Still not too late for it. I am now mildly curious as to what that creature was guarding down there. What the hell? Well, while I don't appreciate eating a projectile right in the face, I am happy that I came back here because that's 2 upgrades that I just happened to stumble across. Right, this is where I wanted to backtrack. This tunnel should be... That's a good question. Still enemies I missed here. Kind of wild. It's like the first interactive item I've encountered that does not activate a door or some kind of lift. Just there. come on. Where's that cave? I definitely haven't dreamt it up. Huh. Down here. Only for a shield charge? That was surprising, but I'll take it. You know, it was purely accidental and I just wandered on a whim. But it looks like I was following the intended path all along. It's already cleared itself for me nicely. One of these? Oh, we know what happened last time. Quite a poor place to set up a home for yourself. Oh. Okay, at least I didn't come out of it empty-handed. Cool, now I can move around these purple doors. Wait, yet another new gun? Oh, you bet. I'm getting spoiled. Okay, let's see what this one does. Death laser. Clearly. I'm gonna be honest, there is no useless gun from what I've noticed. It is here a first-person shooter, and that is a compliment. If you can make every firearm have a purpose and be a worthy addition to your arsenal that you can switch to on the fly, that is proper balancing at work. I mean, it's tempting, but we also have other guns I could try. Compare the damage outputs. Oh my god. Yes? Alright. Now the laser. Not as reliable. The melted gun is the definite winner here. Second place will go to Vengeance Launcher, and then Volcat Caliber. Another key, and guess what? That's right. I have to fight for it. Oh, it's the melee one. That's a rare find. Not really quite what I need, but at least it's got a cool visual going for it. Yeah, you stay over there, pal. Probably the most intense Boltgun has had to try and keep up yet, and you can see the entrance struggle. Is that our friend over there? Oh, it sure is. Oosh. Could have ended in tears. Health, please. I'm not doing it too hot. If I stay like down here, I'm relatively safe, but who knows for how long. Another stroke of luck. Could be even more down there, but I think we're okay in moving on. Oh, that's actually the exit. Figured give a strong confrontation to conclude things on. In that case, since I don't have to rush, I'll grab whatever pickups we can afford to, so have a good starting point when we return to Boltgun next time. Oh, happen to be blocking another shortcut. It might not be enough to flip my entire arsenal. For what it's worth, we get a decent chunk of ammo. Here and there. No truth in flesh. It seems that whatever the Mechanicus were doing with the power source did not work out well for them. The halls of the dead are sad, but for the sound of their enduring machines. Alright. Looks like another long adventure awaits us. So in that case, we're gonna leave it for another time. Okay, well, we didn't accomplish my goal of coloring 2 episodes. I think that pretty much solidified my deep appreciation for Boltgun, especially with the new weapons introduced in this episode. They pack a punch. All of them have their usage, and generally speaking, it is just a satisfying shooter to play through. Like I said, it doesn't try to be super innovative or anything. It just takes a solid foundation and builds upon it. And that alone caught my eye. Alright, next up, I think I should be able to sneak a stream midweek. So hopefully we can wrap up Soul Reaver then. And then follow up again with Boltgun on the weekend. So that's our immediate plan for the future. Like I said before, alluding to it, I already know what I want to do after these next two games. So most likely, we'll be able to wrap up the Soul Reaver duology and then move on to something else after that. So do stay tuned for things to come. In the meantime, you all have a great weekend, and I'll see you soon. Take it easy.